Hello everybody and welcome to the stream. Today we're playing the sequel of the game that we played on Tuesday. This is called Strange Antiquities. And it takes place in the same universe. So let's jump right in. As a thaumaturge's apprentice, there is a lot to learn. Every object must be treated with care, and it is important to identify the harmful from the harmless, the potent from the mild. It was only supposed to be a temporary arrangement when Eli left the shop, strange antiquities in my hands. None of us knew that by then the pendulum was already swinging with terrible certainty that could not be stopped. If you notice, the number 2 is on the door, which is the reference to this is the second game in the series. Wink. The ravens were an omen. Those are crows. The sound that is happening is just crows with a filter on it. Yeah, no, the ravens were an omen, circling unkindness of black wings and cheerless cries that seemed even then to signal the start of the rising dread. Oh no, I spilled ink all over my paper! What am I gonna do? I made such a mess! Alright, so here's the shop. Have stuff when we move. The necklaces waggle. I love that. I love that. We can put the cat. You could hear him purring. That is not the mask. Now, I've played this game before, so I'm gonna do some secret stuff. Ta-da! Secret stuff. Let's see. Then we do this one, this one, this one. Yeah. Oh. And I think that's all the secrets we can do right now. Oh, here's the map. Excellent. Pardon me. Seller of the wine merchant next door. Excellent. Ah, Thalmic Fields. Yes. I've unlocked the magnifying glass. Because if we're having trouble reading anything, we can just hold shift. Which I think is neat. So we gotta go to the wine cellar. next door. So here's us, number 29. So we gotta go next door. Proprietor, Mrs. Cranmauer, begrudgingly grants me access to the cellar when I explain that I am from strange antiquities next door. Yes, well, take the lot of them out of here, would you? I can't say no to Eli after all he's done for me. I don't like the thought of those unnaturals in my cellar. Look at all of these unnaturals in her cellar. They are with us now. This is the babblefish. This is the clean your stuff. And I still don't remember what this is. Some kind of eye. Alright. I've been called away to assist in an urgent matter in Ravenglass and must leave at once. I am leaving the shop in your care with some reluctance, I might add. Make use of my reference materials. Here, take this. There's an index in the back that you may find useful to you. If in doubt, study it carefully, and remember that these are some powerful artifacts in here. Under no circumstances should you seek entry to any locked doors, drawers, or cupboards. In fact, it's safest not to touch anything at all. Should be back in a few days. Okay, buddy. Tee-hee. Oh, bet the kitty. Oh, you're purring. Ah, good friend. Congratulations! Today is the day you meet the great Thomas Pope. That's me. I'm a man of two loves, fresh mountain air and a little white dog named Hamish. But I reserve some room for laughter among friends and shops with cats in them. If you would be so kind, I'm looking for a replacement for my hunter's boon. Okay, that's this one. Here you go. This is a tiger's tooth, trophy from a predator. On closer inspection, it gives a sensation of power. Oh, the Selenic totem. More commonly known as moon hearts, can be imbued with a sentiment of or feeling, such as love or joy, and then held tightly to recall the same feeling. They sometimes feature crescent shapes associated with both Selenic and Gnostic disciplines. Indeed, the form of the item itself will often have a connection to either the moon or the night. It's this one. This is the Selenic totem. The nights are drawing in again. Dark shadows hide dark deeds, or so my father always used to say. Seems like the shadows have grown darker since he passed 2 winters gone. Creeping dark has set up in my house. I'm told a shadow hold will draw it out. That's this one. Here you go. Bing! And there's a container of some kind. The design on the bottle is the same as the sketch. Sunbond is a small, lightweight, designed to carry discreetly and made of a non-precious metal of some kind, housing a gemstone of light. They carry the warmth and the light of the sun, brightness that can pierce the darkest gloom. Okay, so non-precious metal and the gemstone of light. I don't think we have that one yet. I know what it looks like, though. David Schaefer, the mailman. Hello. All these ravens flying about under me today. I can't remember ever seeing anything like it. Not a good day to be the sort who believes in dark omens. A letter for you. Thank you. We discovered some papers in a hidden desk drawer in the boatyard last night. Mr. Jones almost threw them out in the fire pit, but I asked to take a look at them first. The man does like to burn things. That man does like to burn things, don't we all? They look old. Maybe there's nothing of much use here, but I thought of you when I came across an entry on the shin. Charlie Withers. Oh, that's a fitting name for someone who works at the boat docks. Boat docks. Boat. Oh, boatyard. Boatyard. Number 8. This one. The yard has seen better days. A mess of broken and rotten timber covers most of the outdoor space that isn't taken up by upturned boats, slowly being claimed by the weeds. In the middle of all this, a man looks up from repairing a small rowing boat. "You must be from Strange Antiquities," he says with a smile. He takes me into the dilapidated office where 2 metal buckets collect drips of brown water and thin window pane rattles with every footstep. He pulls a sheaf of browned papers out of a desk drawer and places them gently in my hands. Golly! Sleep vessel! Apparently, as an afterthought, as somewhat reluctantly, the man gives me something else as I'm leaving. I have no use for it, he says. Don't even know what it's for. Oh. Yay! I'll put you here. This is the what was it called? Sleep pendant, right? Let's look it up. Strange. I want an Ossic ring. Ossic. That's a pleasing word to hold on the tongue. Here you go. Made of bone. Item satisfies the description macabre. This inspection confirms that a hissing noise indeed can be heard. The Evocant. These stone items weigh the same as a man's heart, according to popular myth. The truth is a bit less dramatic. The weight of these items is nevertheless important and should not stray more than a hair from precisely 1 pound. They are placed on the chest of those in a coma to draw them out. That's what this is. At the kitty. Oh, purr. The behavior of these ravens is disturbing, to say the least. As a rule, they only come together to feed. Ravens are omnivores, carrion eaters mostly, but they'll take anything they can get their talons into. Like French fries. We should feed them French fries. And they'll kill if necessary. I'd kill for some French fries right now. I didn't plan on dropping in today, but there's something happening out there, and I'd like to know what. The voice of Seronis, Cernunos. Voice of Cernunos might help put me at ease, or it might do the opposite. Here's the voice of Cernunos. There you go. Made of bronze. Here's around the neck of Cernunos and the sketch. Spirit Eye. There are some who stay away from the spirit eyes, believing them to be a window into the world where they should not be seen, and others who deride their fear as nothing more than superstition. It is not clear exactly what they do, show. Another layer beneath the visible world, perhaps, a layer that requires something more than the traditional senses to experience. They draw their power from the opposing symbols inscribed upon them. Oh, that's probably what this is. I should make that green. At the kitty. Now, before we end the day, I want to go check out this cool shop called Strange Horticulture. I hear it's run by a pretty neat person. The curious plant shop on the edge of town is a quiet haven away from the bustle of the center. Ordinarily, I'd be delighted to while away some time there, but I have important work to do, and yet an hour later I find myself leaving the shop with a potted palliance and a weight off my shoulders. I've been chatting with the proprietor about the similarities and differences between our two disciplines, with the gentle purring hellebore curled up in my lap. Y'all remember Hellebore from the last stream? The black kitty is a black cat. He purred, curled up in my lap. The cats. And look at that! It's such a pretty plant. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! It's so pretty. Put it right here. And then I'm gonna put this next to it so he can chew on the plant if he wants. There we go. And then I'm gonna pet Jupiter. End the day. What a successful first day. Black mare thundered through the icy rain, shining wet in the silver moonlight. Her cloaked rider was exhausted, cold, and soaked to the bone. He knew he would not survive the night if he did not reach the back barrow. An escaped prisoner ran northwest. He hid me in the first building he came to. Alright, well, we have to find a prison and then go northwest of it. The old jail. Northwest. The dilapidated warehouse is dark and imposing, and the struggling flame of my lantern does little to pierce its depths. I slowly search through its contents with a sense of despair, wondering if I'm even in the right place at all, when suddenly and unexpectedly I uncover something of value. More relieved than elated, I take the trinket back to my shop for further study and a warm drink. It's the evil stone! It's called the Sleep Vessel. Pet a kitty. Hello, Verona Green. Oh, well, that's just perfect. Undermere fizzing with fear over these ravens, and the thaumaturge has left his apprentice in charge. Sorry, my dear, that was rude. Pay no attention to me. I'm an old lady who got out on the wrong side of bed. These ravens have gotten under my skin is all. Please do let Eli know that I was looking for him next time you see him, and pass on my thanks for letting me borrow his copy of Hermetic Symbology. Okay. This is where all the symbols live. By Quentin Holmes. This is some really cool stuff. We're gonna have to look at it later. It's good to have on hand. I can pet the cat. I feel paralyzed. No job, no partner, no friends, no prospects. I hear a horned shackle might be the answer. Here you go. This item has horns. Closer inspect reveals that the horns have been worn smooth. Rub them for good luck. A vesiger can be used to prevent the spread of disease and pestilence. Among other oddities, the flames burn pale blue in their presence. I think I have something like that. Ooh. It's gonna have this one. The Vesiger. Whee! And put that back. Ring the bell. David Schaefer, the mailman. At least the weather's looking a little bit better out there today. Okay. Good day. You might be interested to hear that my plow overturned a strange-looking object yesterday. Come to the farm and it's yours. For the right price, of course. Kind regards, John Royston. Okay, so we gotta go to a farm. There's, Greywick Farm. And Royston Farm. Okay, cool. Beep. John grins as I struggle to hide my obvious interest in the item he shows me. Any hope that he might not be fully aware of its value quickly evaporates, and after a lengthy negotiation, I reluctantly hand over the amount he originally asked for. Oh, that's the levitation. Use this to levitate. Make it purple. Levitation. Bing. Ah, Jupiter, we meet again. Our paths crossed late last night on Princess Street. We shared a moment before he slunk off into the dark. On important business, no doubt. Yes, important cat business. I wonder if you can help me. I'm visiting my grandmother later and wanted to bring her something. She lives all alone on the edge of town, out on Clanbrook Road, and I don't always manage to get out there as often as I'd like. I thought maybe a moon heart would bring her some comfort. Okay, that's what this is. Ding. Carved totem. The owl is the night. Concealed crescent. It's not concealed, it's right there. Closer inspection tool. Upon using the closer inspect tool tells me that it imparts a feeling of joy. Ah, the Holgan Grim. These eerie creations are worn by priests of Holgar in various rituals relating to the death and the afterlife. The sacrament to ask for his protection. Wolfsog's truth to seek his judgment. Path of the warrior to help the dead find their way. That seems nice. Next, please. friend of mine, or a former friend I should say, has been stealing jewelry from me. 3 necklaces have gone missing over the past few weeks, including one that was a gift from my late grandmother. Do you have a suitable pendant that I could leave lying out for her to find that will teach her a lesson and make sure it never happens again? This is our first choice. We could give her the binding seed. Which gives you guilt and shame. Or we can give her the Zia. Sense of fear and paranoia and difficult to remove. I know what this is, so we're gonna give that to her. Because I haven't yet, and I want to see what happens. There's no symbols over the marking, worn around the neck. Begin to feel a sense of paranoia. Ah, the shield charm. Generic charms of protection have little to offer the skilled thaumaturge, but can have some small effect. An Oshotic spirit or a wandering shroud will not abide them, for example. Such charms make use of the art of symbology, an ancient and some would say primitive component of the thaumaturgy. They can be made from a variety of materials, though rarely precious metals. Okay, this is a cheap metal of some kind, and has this. And then we go to the book of symbols. Protection is 2 rhombuses making a Venn diagram, and that's exactly what this has. So this is the shield charm. We're gonna put it green, and we're gonna make it a plus sign. Next customer. They found a man just now in that house with all them ravens were. I wish I hadn't seen, but I did. He was sheet white, but it was his eyes that were going to give me nightmares. All black they were. It was more like he weren't there anymore. I don't need to wait around for another sign. I'm taking my family to Sedberg, and I'll be taking a Labula. See us safely through. Alright. Need to remember what this is. Libulae are purported to offer reassurance in times of upheaval and change, but they are not held in high regard by most scholars of the occult. That being said, an imbuement of wisdom shows that the libula is not merely decorative. There is power in symbology, as the old thaumaturges knew well. Okay, so we have to look for a symbol of wisdom. So let's look up wisdom. Ah, it's the cult of the lamb hat. Okay, sure. Let's see. Oh, there's the cult of the lamb hat. Here you go. Yep, that's a symbol of wisdom. Witches' fingers are said to be the 7 digits of the witches of Undermere. They're capable of inflicting intense pain, but the goal is supposedly a purification of the body, as most unpleasant experience, but the last resort that has cured some and finished off others. Oh, golly. It's this one. I'm gonna make you purple. And the day. Deep pain radiated down the side of the rider's head where he had sliced himself with the diverging hook, and his thoughts were scattered and torn. He could not see out of his left eye. Oh. This clue has no words. It is a riddle of the eyes, not a riddle of the mind. Alright, it's definitely buildings, and I just have to find that specific pattern. This one. Excellent. There's a narrow gap between two houses, and I spy a small wooden chest wedged firmly inside. Slowly, I manage to work it loose, and when it finally comes free, it shoots out onto the hard ground and snaps open, revealing its long-hidden treasures. Oh! Let's see. Yeah, shimmer. That's what this is. So we're gonna make it yellow. We're gonna have a plus sign. It's gonna be called a shimmer. We're gonna put it right here. And then we have... I think this is a silent breath. Yes. White stag. There are those that consider the white hart a prize to be claimed. There is no glory to be had from killing such a noble guardian of the forest. A silent breath contains a small token taken from the living white stag. While the stag lives, the item will retain its power, allowing its bearer to sense danger before it arrives. That looks like a white hair inside. So that's what this is. Silent breath. So we're gonna make this one, and we're gonna make it blue. And we're gonna put it over here next to the deer. That's a stag, right? Yeah. I'm gonna pet the kitty. Pet the kitty, pet the kitty, pet the kitty. Pet, 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 pet. Good afternoon. No, morning. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. I'm Francesca Robertson, a doctor of sorts. I assume you've heard of Mr. Hungerford? It seems to be the talk of the town already. I'm used to dealing with maladies of an occult nature, but black eyes are certainly unusual. I've heard of something like this before, but I don't see how it could be the same thing. Either way, I'm hopeful an evocant will have some effect. Here you go. This item is made of stone. It weighs exactly 1 pound. Daedalus Link is a powerful object capable of producing a levitation field. The field is extremely fragile, however, so it would be prudent not to take risks. These items are surprisingly light in weight. Their designs vary, but they might point to some facet of flight, a feather or the wings of a bird or insect, for example. That's what this is. This is the Daedalus. I don't know how to spell that, but when we give it to the person that wants it, it'll relabel it for me. Edith Moore. Should have been looking over my shoulder all day. I have been looking over my shoulder all day. Something is coming for me. I can feel it. I want a shield charm. I need it right away. Okay. You're clearly the former best friend of that one person who was stealing all those jewelries. Now you have the necklace that gives you very paranoia. That's difficult to take off. Here's your shield charm. Enjoy! Pendant has a symbol of protection. 2 rhombuses that make a Venn diagram. St. John's Anvil. These items have much in common with the St. John's poppy plant of the same name, a fact that is reflected in their designs. They have quite different uses, however. Whereas the plant helps you overcome deafness, the anvil will dampen sound. They can even be turned... Oh... Sorry. They can even be tuned to filter out certain noises but allow others to be heard still. Now you see these leaves. These 5 pointed veined leaves. That's what these are. So this is St. John's Anvil. We're gonna give it a plus sign. We're gonna make it red, because the poppy is red. Ding. And then we're gonna pet the kitty. Something I wanted to show you. I didn't like the look of it when I left it where I found it. What if it's cursed? Oh, I didn't like the look of it, so I left it where I found it. What if it's cursed? It was hanging behind an old shed all overgrown with ivy. Let me draw a quick map for you. There. Okay. Let's open up the map. We have to find a church with some trees. I think it's this one. The shed is actually a wooden summer house that looks over the pond, but it's clear that time hasn't been used in, it's clear that it hasn't been used in some time. Brambles claw their way up over one side of the structure, and ivy covers the rest in a molten green cloak. I find what I'm looking for to the rear. Parts of the ivy have been torn away recently, revealing an amulet hanging from rusted nail. Something else catches my eye, and I reach for it, and I notice that there is another pendant hanging next to it, almost completely hidden by the ivy. We got 2 items. One is the sun thingy. Oh, what is it? Sun bond. That's it. That's what this is. So we're gonna make it yellow. We're gonna give it a plus sign. Sun bond. We're gonna move it over here. We'll figure out what this is later. I'm not too concerned. Eli's picked a bad time to leave, Undermere. I've come from the Hungerford house, where I've been helping Dr. Robertson and looking for any clues about what happened there. There wasn't much to go on. I did find a shattered Oshotic vessel, but whatever did that was no creeping dark. There's a strange black stain on the flagstone floor that I didn't like the look of. And the ravens, very unusual, but at least they seem to have dispersed. I don't know what to make of it. I'm going to take a trip to Gleeston Castle to see if Edmund Bishop can shed any light on their behavior. But first I would like a vestiger. Whatever this is, we don't want it spreading. It's the curse condom. Through your candle, I'm able to confirm that the flames burn blue in its presence. Moonstone Guardian. Banishment of Hobsphere and Noctic Sight. These tend to take the form of a comforting guardian. Oh, let's go to the same place. Go to Castle. That is what she said, right? Come on. Yeah, Gleeston Castle. Oh, you know what? That's from the that's from the prequel. That's from the one before this. Hey, welcome to the stream. We can't get to Gleeston's Castle from this map. I remember now. Let's pet the kitty. End the day. 2 days earlier, the rider and his fellow adventurer were deep underground exploring the tunnels below the Kirkhead Tower, where they made a discovery. Their elation at their find would soon turn to horror. After disagreement between two houses, I was buried under lock and key. Buried behind lock and key, not under. Everything that's buried is under something. Here's Lock House and Keystone Manor. So we need to look for 7 and 13. So behind would be here. Nailed it! A large flat slab of granite marks the otherwise empty field. It bears an inscription. On this spot in the year 1813, Arthur Key did shoot and kill the beloved horse of Wellington Lock. Buried at the foot of the slab, I find an unlocked chest containing a handful of legal documents as well as a pistol and another item that catches my attention. Beautiful. We're gonna put it here. I'm gonna pet the cat. Oh, you don't like it. Okay, we'll pet you again. Well, the shop is still standing. That's something. Say what you will about Undermere, but this town is never quiet for long. I leave for a few days and suddenly everyone's talking about ravens and curses. I'm going to need to find Verona to get up to speed on what's going on. At least I didn't come away from Ravenglass empty-handed. I can always rely on Quiet Susan to unearth an interesting trinket or two. Okay. Oh, that's important. That's super important. We're gonna make it purple, and we're gonna make it like this one. And this is called the Spirit. Spirit jar. I'm just gonna call it the spirit jar. I know what it's for, and it'll correct the label when I identify it properly. Hello, Doctor. The evil camp didn't snap Mr. Hungerford out of it, unfortunately. Strange. At times he appears almost awake, but he is deep in some kind of trance. I can't get anything out of him. He seems to be searching for something. I'm beginning to suspect this is beyond my skill set, but I'm not willing to give up so easily. I know this is a bad idea, but I'm going to need a sleep vessel to get me through this week. This is the stay up all night charm. The darkness inside. Ah, the resonant compass. A resonance compass will point towards nearby resonant objects. The only objects that can be detected in this way. Resonant objects are highly prized both by thaumaturges and those who collect occult curiosities. Well, that's what this is. It doesn't look like we have a third item that makes the compass happen. And as soon as we do, we need to use it. Also, I'm curious for something. How do I open previous tab? Mm-hmm. Okay. That's good to know. I'm gonna pet the kitty. I love hearing it purring. Many years ago, I owned a silent breath, but it was already old when I inherited it, and its power died soon after. It's about time I replaced it. Here you go. Item features a white hair potential trophy from the white stag. On closer inspection, my senses come alive. The Elva Stone. Elva stones can be used to relieve the discomfort caused by others' incurable ailments such as Braxis or burning blood. Planetary metal used in these items is associated with the Selenic discipline, a connection that is also reflected in their design. We don't have the Elva Stone yet. I just wanted to try a daedalus link. I have a personal interest in the celestial branch, so I'm not completely new to such things, nor am I ignorant of the risks. Now I have good reason for it. I need to take care of some roof repairs, and that would seem the safest way to approach it. Alright, here you go. Third motif is connection to flight. Confirmed it is very lightweight. Cusset Purifier. Small topaz gemstone known as the Eye is placed in a strange-smelling liquid, usually potent barley spirit or vinegar. Small tokens, such as rings or amulets perhaps, submerged in the liquid and left for a full cycle of the moon, are cleansed of simple imbued curses or hexes. Of course, there is a limit to the effectiveness of this process. That's what this is. We're gonna make it this, and then we'll make it pink. Because if we go here, we look through the symbols, vinegar is this shape. So clearly, the bottle that has the symbol for vinegar on it is going to be the Cusset Purifier. The ravens are back, I see. Looks like it's going to be worse this time. After speaking to Verona, I've come to extend an open invitation to visit Gleeston Castle. My family has lived there for generations, and I know there are artifacts that would be of use to you, gathering dust hidden in corners. All I ask is that you stay out of the South Tower and the master bedroom. And run anything you find by me first, of course. Okay. Let's take a look. There's the first floor and the second floor. Here's something to get you started. Walk past the main staircase and turn left. Follow the corridor to the end and go through the door on the left. There's a small plinth in the corner of the room with an item on it that you are welcome to. I never did like it anyway. So, we go through the... what is it? Walk past the main staircase and turn left. Follow the corridor all the way to the end, and then the room on the left. The plinth is not hard to spot in the corner of the room next to a small writing desk. The glass jar houses the object mentioned in Edmund's note. As I gather the item and turn to leave, my eye is drawn to a green book on the desk. The author's name is of particular interest. I pick it up and find Edmund on my way out, who encourages me to take it with me. I try to insist on paying for it at least, but he won't entertain the idea. The Gemstones book, Eli White. You know, our boss. And that's the Elsa stone. Oh fuck, what is it called? What's it called? Elvastone, that's it. You're gonna make this blue. And do this. Elva stone. This gets moved to here. You get moved to the other book. This map can go with the map, and this can go here. And then we pet the kitty. End the day. At the end of a long passageway, after days spent clearing away dangerous rockfalls, the duo came upon a chamber. In it, they found a small stone tomb, too small to contain human remains. Oh. Alright, let's check the maps. Change maps. I don't think there's a building that's big enough to fit on this map. Or to fit on this card. We'll go to this one and see if there's like a room in this shape. Which there is! Here it is, right there. A portrait of some dead lord eyes me suspiciously as I enter the room and start absent-mindedly opening drawers. The room is cold and austere, and I am about to leave when I spot a crate under the chest of drawers. This could be something. Oh, it's a cloak of some kind. You're gonna be purple? Purple. That's purple. And then you're gonna do this one. Cloak of some kind. And then I'm gonna move you over here. Hey. Hello, David Schaefer, the mailman. Not sure about this fog today. It's an eerie atmosphere out there, especially with those damn ravens back again. It's usually fierce black dogs I have to worry about, not big black birds. Better off inside, I reckon. Triangle has intrigued me ever since I first heard about it as a young boy. What caused the pine trees to grow like that? Did someone plant them? I know you'll at least have heard of it. But did you know this? I calculated the exact center point and there's a small clearing there. It can't be a coincidence. What's more, there is a certain energy about it, not entirely welcoming either. I wonder if you might take a look for yourself. Thomas, Pope, and Hamish. That's his dog. That's his pet dog. Alright, let's go to the Triangle TM. Sure enough, as I approach the center of the curious triangular copse at the heart of Heathwood, I come across a clearing. A tree that has been split in two stands in the center. Sunlight breaks through and I take a deep breath, cleansing pine and earth. Almost immediately, I am struck by a sense of ominous power that my intuition tells me that there is something unusual here at the heart of the wood. I examine the broken tree and notice some markings carved into the trunk. Heart beating faster, I spot something else embedded in the wood. 3 pendants arranged in a triangle shape. Okay, so fire is an upright triangle, so this is a fire hand. Here. I don't know what this is. And I don't know what this is. It's been many years since I've performed the rite of red knives, but I can still remember every step. I'd do it one more time before I die if only I could get my hands on an Orford spire. I tried that place in Arnside and they sent me here. Orford spire. During the rite of red knives, an Orford spire is fully submerged in goat's blood for 9 days and 9 nights. When performed correctly, the rite is said to impart vitality and clarity of thought, although perhaps not for the goat. Although perhaps not for the goat. Oh, it looks like it has horns. And if it's soaked in blood for like that long, it would probably stain. Let's see. That has horns, but there's no stain on it. That has horns, but there's no stain on it. There's no stain on that. Oh, that has horns and has kind of horns, but it definitely has a stain on it. Pretty sure this is the Orford spire. Excellent. Yes, the 2 points. So there's the horns. It was just fully submerged. Excellent. Amphesian Talon. The League of Amphesian Heart uses these items as part of its grim initial rite. They guard their secrets closely, but it is said that they worship the ancient nameless gods, communing with them via the broken path. Acolytes must press the tip of the talon hard against their cheekbone to the point of drawing blood. They perform this act nightly for 49 days, 7 sevens, after which the scar will forever mark them. I can confidently say we don't have that item yet. Also, it is time for my stretches for my physical therapy, so I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, we're back. Oh, those new stretches. Ooh. Hey, tomorrow's gonna suck. That is that's the effective level of these stretches. Tomorrow's gonna fucking suck. The second day's always the worst. Oh, it's like a fucking exercise routine, but I'm not even doing anything. Alright, new customer. Ah, it's my boss. I need to go away again for a few days. Order of the Black Veil will have the information I'm looking for. They seek to understand the world beyond death, drinking an elixir that sinks them into a deep trance. I'm right, they may be able to shed some light on these events. The only problem is I burned that bridge long ago. Could you hand me a guise of Lillian? It won't be the first time I've used one to get around their hatred of me. Like, were you just a dick, or were you, like, calling out their privilege? Like, what, how did you burn the bridge? Was it dry and brittle and only took one spark? Or did they have it fucking out for you? This item has an ammonite fossil embedded in it. Praise Helix! Closer inspection reveals it produces an out-of-body feeling, which is good for stealth, I guess. Tenebrand Cloak. Upon activation, a Tenebrand Cloak can create a sphere of enshrouding darkness that will cloak all within its reach. A single stone set in bronze gives power to those totems. Why am I too horny? What did I say of that? That was... What did I do? What was horny? I don't even know. Oh, okay. Yeah, those are normally like response effects to like the things that I'm saying to enhance the comedic appeal of the situation. So like if a very attractive character comes up on screen and I'm just all like, hello there, somebody would hit the streamer too horny and then I would go, sorry, and then I would regain my composure or giggle like a silly person. One of those two, or both. Oh yeah, the Tenebrand Cloak. That's what this is. And then we pet the kitty. Yes. Ah, Rebecca Rose. Hello. Oh, is that a cat? My eyes may have completely gone now, but it's good to know I still have my cat senses. I do hope I'm in the right place. My daughter told me about a shop that specializes in unusual items. My life's joy has always been painting. Without that in my life, I'm afraid I'm at a bit of a loss. I know that I will never see again, but is there anything in your collection that might help me paint again? I feel a little foolish for asking. It seems such a small thing, but to me it means everything. Now I could give her something that can help her, like, hear and smell colors. Or I could give her something that would tap into a spiritual realm that would give her knowledge that you're probably not supposed to have as a mortal being. What I've always done is given her the synesthesia pendant. But I've never given her the spirit eye, and we are doing an evil route. And I've given her the synesthesia pendant like 4 times. So I think it's time to be a little evil. Posing symbols, heat and cold. Maglite gemstone hints at their ability to see a world beyond ours. Ah, the Scythian charm. Older Scythian charms are carved out of wood, but the more powerful designs make use of the planetary metals. No two are identical. They are used by horticulturalists to encourage stubborn plants to thrive. They change with the weather, usually quite cold, but warm and tingly to the touch when it's raining. I think I know which one this is. Yeah, this is cold right now. Already forgot the name of it. Scythian Charm. You think there's a game I would like? Okay. What game is it? Those ravens have done for 3 more poor buggers. 2 of them up at Calgrath and another fella, a fisherman. People are getting a bit panicky round here. Nothing natural about folk turning up with eyes all black like that. And now this fog, too. The night's drawing in and me working late, I refuse to walk down Holbrook Road without so much as a lantern. I had something nice and bright in mind. Oh, here's the sunbine. This item has an amber gemstone, a stone of light. It's made of bronze, a non-precious metal. This inspection reveals that it is strangely warm. Ah, the Cyrene Ward. Made from basilisk scales, a material known to endure intense heat, these unusual objects can permit the bearer to withstand fire and flame and remain unharmed. They do not, however, offer protection against the deadly basilisk itself. Bend your ear to the trees. Hold your palm out to the wind. The ravens can feel it. Can you? Something is stirring. I will need Holgan Grim in these coming days. Okay, here you go. Mask is an eerie item that can be worn. The sketch shows a priest wearing the mask with their back to us. Using the index, we can find a sketch of Holgar, to whom the mask bears a striking resemblance. The gemstone is of Vivianite, a stone of death. Leadheart. These items depict god Cernunnos and in his non-human form. They are heavier than they look due to the core of lead hidden in there by a more modest exterior. They are said to kindle romantic interest and are sometimes given as wedding gifts. Something that's heavier than it seems. Let's put 2 pounds there. Alright, that weighs more than 2 pounds. We can't put more than one weight on it at a time. This is definitely the lead heart. I'm gonna make it red. Lead heart. We're gonna pet the kitty. Inside was the reason they had toiled so hard, a small black casket, a very valuable small black casket. They knew enough not to open it, but perhaps too little to fully understand the danger it posed. Up the stairs, left and left again. Second on the right is where I spend each night. Up the stairs. these stairs. Left and left again. Door on the right. Milo and the magpies. I do like magpies. The bedroom looks like it hasn't been used for some time. A thin layer of dust coats the furnishings and cobwebs decorate every corner. Pulling back thin curtains lets sunlight in, but more importantly, they reveal a macabre item that has been hiding on the windowsill all this time. Oh, it's the Talon. Virtual Talon. I can never get any peace in my house. When am I to find time to do my writing? I've tried beeswax, but that makes my ears sore, and besides I can still hear the shouting and banging at all hours. I heard you might be able to help me. Here you go. Ding. Leaves in this design are similar to the leaves in the sketch of the plant. Closer inspection reveals that it does indeed muffle sounds. Grace. Worn as a pendant to dispel melancholy. They share the design of a shadow catcher. That's what this is. We're gonna make this green, and we're gonna make it a plus sign. Next customer. You must be the thaumaturgist's apprentice. I bet he's a hard man to work under. He's helped me out more than once in the past, though. And speaking of the past, my eye has been aching again lately. That can't be a good sign. I'd be willing to make a fair trade for an Elvastone if you have one. Yes, I do. It's right here. The design features crescent moons, a reflection of the Selenic. Metal is silver associated with the moon. Wouldn't we all? I know what this is. This is an anchor of some kind. So we're gonna make it blue. We're gonna make it like this. Anchor of some kind. We're gonna put it over here. Interested in. I suppose it's important to learn things. Hello, Verona Green. I'm doing some reading. Let's see what you make of this. Okay. Ambra. These items cause mental fog, a withering of intellect and thought. They are slow to work, requiring several hours to have any effect. Through prolonged use, they can cause the whites of the eyes to turn black and the subject to become deeply disoriented. Yes. They produce a noctic field. The fisherman they found yesterday had been up at Wyatt Beck, so I'm going to see if I can find out anything there. Here I go again, sticking my nose into trouble because I don't seem to be able to listen to that part of me that says go put the kettle on and let someone else deal with it for a change. God, relatable. Bloody-minded arrogance to follow that thought with, but there isn't anyone else. But here we are, and here I am. They'll do it all wrong anyway. Fucking relatable! If you've ever worked retail. Pretty sure that's what this is. What do they call it? An ambra? Oh. Yes. I just had to flip back and forth. That's what this is. We're gonna give it this shape. We're gonna give it a red color. Bing! I'm wearing a pendant that I found in the library and it does something to me. Gives me an appetite for reading that I cannot control. I was lost in the library for 3 days without eating or sleeping before I managed to take the pendant off and escape. It is rather pretty, though. Someone told me I need a cosmic purifier, but this is the place to get one. Here you go. The label bears a symbol for vinegar. Yep. Close inspection reveals that there is a small object rattling inside. Valent. Holes in the valent are of roughly equal size and spacing. They are used by the adventurous to help them find their way. A curious pulse can be felt where its power concentrates. That's what this is. We're gonna make it green. We're gonna make it soft. Valent. Hello, Simone Green. I've been working on something that you might find interesting. You know that nobody knows who built Strange Antiquities? It's very old, perhaps the oldest building in Undermere, according to some accounts. Even Eli doesn't know all of its secrets. I've been decoding a journal that he found. It's slow work, but I've made a bit of a breakthrough recently. I've discovered the plinths below the counter. I've learned that they can be used to access the shop's hidden depths. And this journal holds some of the keys. Here's something I discovered late last night. See what you make of it. Okay. I've already done this. Speaking of, I wonder if I have enough items for this to go off. Ambra, Stone. And excellent. That's how we get this. All done. That has an X on it. I'm gonna type that. Orford Spire. That appears to be it for now. Alright. Navigating. After years of working in a thundering mill, I'm afraid I'm quite deaf now. I've tried St. John's Poppy, but I'm looking for a more permanent solution. Papa. I would love to be able to hear my niece's laughter. Here's a hearing chime. Cats are known for their hearing. You hold it, you can hear better. Put that around your neck and you'll be fine. The Veiled Fen. Brightly colored in the light, but clouds over a short period of total darkness. Can be used to command attention from individuals or small groups of people. Public speakers sometimes use them as a substitute for charisma. Just got it, and I've already forgotten. Veiled Fen. Make this, start. Wait. pH. One more person that we haven't met yet. At camp that night, one of the pair had awoken with pain in his left eye. He was alerted to the threat at once, recognizing two things at the same time. One, part of his mind was not his own, and two, the casket wanted to be opened. Tower points the way, and buried among the trees. Alright, let's check the map. There is a tower. Galfrey's tower appears to be the only one. 22. Climb the narrow winding stair to the top of the tower and am rewarded with the views across Lake Undermere. You're not alone in the tower. Standing in the center of the circular platform is a statue of a young woman, the Maiden, Tien. Her outstretched arm points due east across the rooftops of Undermere and beyond. Okay. Let's just go east. I find what I'm looking for in a small cavity carved into a sturdy oak tree. I look around, half expecting to see someone. There's nobody there. I take my prize and leave, feeling the mood lifted by the smell of damp moss and the gentle rush of wind through the treetops. Ah, it's the slicer. Green. Walked up the beck a mile or so in the cold and wet yesterday and found a section with a handful of dead fish floating in it, belly up and blackened they were. Not sure what to make of it, but I don't like it. I'm on my way to Kargoth Hall now. I spoke to Dr. Robinson earlier. She said that the two women they found there are still in the same state as the others, in a trance and eyes all black. Before I go, Anna Bryant asked me to drop this off. Okay. When we were kids, we used to explore an abandoned house on the lakefront. We'd take a boat out to the northern tip of Naylor Island and row across from there. You know the one I'm talking about, the second from the left in the row of 4. I found myself outside its door 3 days ago, and I went inside for old time's sake. I wish I hadn't. It always had an ominous feel to it. It's taken me the last 3 days to summon the courage to write this letter, but I think it's better you see for yourself what's out there. Yours in faith, Anna Bryan. Is that someone I've met? Becca Rose, Mr. Robinson, Audrey Bell, Simone Green, Verona. Okay, so Anna Bryant is, so far we don't know what she looks like. Alright, the tip of Naylor Island, rowing out, fourth from the left of the detached houses. I don't know exactly what I was expecting to find. Anna's letter was quite vague after all, but I certainly wasn't prepared for this. In an alcove of the house, peering out through loose mortar and crumbling brick, is a macabre shrine of sorts. The skull of a stag is mounted above the opening, its antlers smeared with a dark red substance. The large, melted candles pool out onto the wooden floor on either side. In the center of the altar, there's a small iron chest, rusted and fused to the floor. It's clear that it has been there for a long time. Do not see any hinge or keyhole or any way of opening it at all. After a while, I noticed an inscription that simply says, "I open to the voice." Okay. Iron. What is iron? Mars. Fire. Okay. Well, the voice of Sir Nunes should be what we need. The chest opens to reveal the golden totem. Can't imagine who would have stashed it here or why, but it doesn't look like they're coming back for it anytime soon. Oh, it's the Moonstone Guardian. Make you green. Moonstone Guardian. I'm gonna put you over here. Great. Bing. Apologize if this inquisition is an imposition to your disposition. It is not my intention to bring your attention to a matter of contention. I have an inclination to perform an incantation of flirtation. For your part, a leaden heart of chthonic art. Are you cursed to speak in rhymes, buddy? Anyways, use your wedding dowry. Remind myself that Sir Nunes had antlers suggesting his non-human form could be a deer. Using my weighted scales, I can confirm that this item is heavier than it looks. Corvin's might, sometimes called an eagle's gift. It is an assassin's tool that makes use of Wixic power. When the Queen, Corvin, was surrounded and close to defeat, a gift came to her from an unlikely source. With it, she turned the tide of the battle, and the legend of the Bloody Queen was born. So, okay, Wixic power. Go ahead and look up gemstones have Wixic power? Amethyst, bloodstone, topaz. Okay. Pretty sure that's what this is. Oh, you're not Eli. I'm returning an item he asked me to repair. The mechanisms were mangled, but I've replaced all the springs and given it a clean. Good as new. Okay, thank you. Now we can open this. That gives us the sheep snap and the Book of Curses. Very, very brief. Gives us about like 8. But they're all important to know about. It wasn't my intention to leave you unattended for this long, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to need to rely on you for a little longer. The Order of the Black Veil seems more concerned by the ravens than the black-eyed state that Mr. Hungerford was found in. He said that it would take a very powerful force indeed to upset them like that. Fortunately, they either weren't able or weren't willing to talk any further on the subject. I was hoping to avoid it, but I must go to Oxford and the Bodleian Library. I will be gone for a few days at least, perhaps longer. You seem to be handling yourself well here. I do not see eye to eye with the head of collections at the Bodleian, but I do know that he takes an interest in horticulture. I will take him a Scythian charm to smooth things over between us. Here you go. Planetary metals, gold and silver the item is made of. Leaves hint with the horticultural use of the item. Closer inspection reveals the item vibrates in wet weather. The diverging hook is a way to carve thoughts from the mind of another. If done with skill, the third party may have no realization that the thought was ever there at all, but it is all too easy to leave a mind in disarray. Even when approached with care, the unanchored thoughts are easy to lose track of. A single gemstone from each of the 3 thaumic branches. That's what this is. Diverging hook. Hello, doctor. I'm at a loss with these patients. They aren't responding to anything I've tried so far, and I haven't been able to find anything in the literature that fits their symptoms. I'm finding that they become violent if they aren't restrained, and they are always trying to leave. If nothing else, Granthium tea from a restful mether might get a moment of lucidity out of them, but if you've got any ideas, then I'm all ears. Now, Witch's Finger, let's just double check what it does. Capable of inflicting intense pain, purification of the body. Last result that has cured some and finished off others. This does not work in this situation, so we're going to be giving you this. This item resembles a drinking cup in the sketch. It has several embedded iolite gems, stones of peace, which hint at its ability to induce a meditative state. Bones God. Small item known as Bones God can be placed in liquid to render it safe to drink. King Cedric the Meek was well known to be terrified of being poisoned, and so drank from the same goblet and always placed a Bones Guard inside. He was stabbed to death in 1203. These objects bear the mark of the antidote. Alright, it is the end of the day. I need to use the restroom. I'm going to go ahead and use this opportunity to do the big break, so that way I can eat something as well. We're going to go ahead and throw up words on stream. Use this opportunity yourselves to get up and stretch, grab a snack if you're so inclined, use the restroom if you need to, refill that hydration station if it's getting low, get the blood flowing and the heart pumping, and we'll see you all in a few minutes. Stay tuned. Alright, and we're back. Had some good lunch. Now we shall start the next day. He knew what he had to do. Without hesitating, he took hold of his diverging hook and used it to cut away the infected part of his mind before it could spread and consume him entirely. closest to the sunset, but furthest from the sunrise. The view from the tower is quite beautiful, but it's what I find inside that catches my attention. In the middle of the room is an unlocked wooden chest, and within that, not one but two smaller wooden chests, along with a cryptic script of paper. Oh my gosh, I opened the box and there was another box? Amazing. Pet the kitty. Hello, Doctor. So if I didn't have enough on my plate right now, my sister Bonnie has been acting strange lately. She never got over the death of our father. She's always blamed Mr. Potter for his role in it, and now, with all this happening, she's got it in her head that he's behind it somehow. I'm worried she's going to do something stupid. If she comes here, whatever you do, do not give her anything dangerous. I want to give her a keepsake to let her know that she is still loved. I see people gifting one another wooden totems, but I don't know what they're called. It's this one. Thank you. Unfortunately, I have some bad news to share. Jack Hungerford has not responded well to the Dranthium tea. If anything, he appears to have sunken deeper into the trance. I daren't try anything else in case I make things worse. Okay. Beep. Hello, Verona. The silly sods at Kargoth Hall wouldn't let me in to look around. It seems I've upset the little lord who lives there at some point in the past. Allegedly, I refused to perform an exorcism on his haunted house. He didn't like my suggestion that it might be the local kids playing pranks on him because he's a mean old git. I'm not so easily put off, though. Do you have a Tenebrand cloak I could use this evening? I've got some snooping to do. Here you go. Saint Cedric's Thunder is used to store the power of a single thunderclap. Alchemists have been trying to harness this power for centuries, and there are rumors that some have indeed successfully used it to transmute base metals into gold. They are placed on the tops of mountains to charge them during storms. Gemstones can be used to prevent the charge from waning over time. Bumped into Eli at the station yesterday before he left for Oxford. His train was late, so we had a brief chat, and he suddenly remembered something he wanted to tell you. I told him I'd pass on the message. Okay. In other news, I've got a little something for you if you're interested in. It's going It cost you, but it's worth it. A map of the catacombs. Very rare. Worth a lot to someone in your line of work, I imagine. All I'm asking for in return is a Valent. Okay. Yay, catacombs. Yippee! What have you done to me? I wish I'd never come to this shop. I've peeled back the curtain and found a world of darkness and despair. My blind eyes are more open than yours have ever been. The old gods reached out through the tall stones, but we have forgotten their names and their tongue. Something stirs their slumber. They want something from us. I wish I'd never come here, and yet I feel more alive than I have in a long time. I will let you know if I see more with the spirit eye. Okay. Ding! Shame the spirit eye can't grant wishes. I feel like I'm going crazy here. I know who's behind all this madness, all those people with the pitch black eyes. But nobody is listening to me. I've seen it happen before. 7 years ago, my father died the same way. Well, since nobody's going to listen, I'm going to take care of it myself. A Corvin's might, please, and I'll be on my way. Alright. Here you go. Spirit Vault, also known as Foetid Chamber. Foetid Chamber is a receptacle used to store a wandering shroud. The interior is lined with a paste made from sulfur, hence the nickname. They are not considered dangerous since shrouds tend to be benign, but on occasion they do not take kindly to being restrained. Faint vibration of receptacle can be felt when a shroud is held within. That's what this is. Spirit Vault. Bing! As his mind roiled in confusion, he watched through his remaining good eye as his partner lunged towards the satchel that contained the casket. To his horror, he saw that his partner's eyes were black. Deep up your shadow. Oh, okay. This riddle has no words. Got it. I bet it has something to do with the fact that we've unlocked the catacombs. Let's take a look, see? What headstone looks like this one? This one, I believe. Beep. I squeeze through a partially collapsed passageway and emerge in a small chamber. Glinting in the flickering torchlight, I catch sight of a pendant draped across an old gravestone. Now we're grave robbing. This is great. I love I love the situations we find ourselves in. We're just grabbing this. Okay. Cool. This is the Burn Guard. That's what this is. It's gonna go over here. Bing! My awakening ceremony takes place at the Covenant tomorrow. Convent. I will need a talon. Oh, Amphesian talon. I have it right here. Here you go. You can tell that she wanted it because her necklace is the same snake. Morgan's folly. A folly symbol can be revealed to induce a trance-like state in anyone who casts their eyes upon it, making them open to suggestibility. Precaution should be taken against unwittingly looking upon the hidden symbol for too long. Hello, Simone. I've been working my way through the journal, but it's heavy going. I keep coming back to this series of sketches. Does this mean anything to you? Could it relate to the plinths? Oh, it might. It might. Oh, hello, Wyatt Collins. I think I've been cursed. 2 weeks ago, I was quietly minding my own business as a guilty rat when a stranger came up to me. He handed me a book called The Changes of Dr. Learmonth before leaving. Something about it intrigued me enough to take it home with me. Ever since I've read the first page, I've been having terrible nightmares, and they're getting worse. I spoke to Dr. Robinson, and she sent me here. Alright, nightmares. Curse from a body. Is this what you mean? Nope. Moonstone Guardian? There we go. Best wishes, sir. An ascus allows the bearer to breathe underwater. The cessation is said to be most unusual since it requires one not to breathe at all. Those that use the ascus for extended periods sometimes forget to breathe once they are back on dry land and subsequently pass out. The core of the item is cold to the touch, but the ring, sometimes called the halo, stays warm. That must be what this is. I'm gonna put an X on it because it's dangerous. Hello, Verona. There's not much that can unsettle me these days, but I found something at Calgarth Hall that I'd hadn't. In the cellar where they found those two poor girls, I came across a bubbling black mess that was oozing from the rock itself. Seems there's a sickness in Ondermere, in the earth and the water, and it's spreading. I suppose it falls to me to find out where it's coming from. If it's underground, then underground's where I'll start. I'll see if I can find anything in the catacombs. I realize now that I've been a little careless. I've been getting headaches. I won't go into the catacombs without a sextral. I noticed that I've been a little careless. From now on, I'm going to be a lot careless. Just crank that sucker up. Ordnance. Enhance the physical strength or restore strength when zapped, whether by exertion or by hex. They are made of stone or iron and usually take the form of a small totem. Don't have that yet. I will pet the kitty. He tried to use the diverging hook on his partner as he had done on himself, but he found no part of him that had not been taken over by the infection. His partner's hands ripped at the satchel, tearing it open and sending the black casket tumbling out. Below the moon that does not shine, there is no mark upon my shrine. In the dark, but not alone, my neighbor bears a cross of stone. Okay. As I descend further into the catacombs, a strange sensation comes over me. It is not fear, although fear is mixed with it. With full clarity, I at once know what it is. I entered an area as the depths, a place where few have been and fewer have returned from. Not even palings can clear the air here and render it safe to breathe, but there is a way. Slate miners inhale vapors produced by a spirit called a wandering shroud. They say it invigorates their senses and stays their mind rot that would otherwise consume them. It would be dangerous to continue exploring down here without following their lead. Alright, where's my spirit box? There it is. I try to breathe in the vapors from the wandering shroud. To my horror, I realize that the spirit vault is empty. My vision starts to blur as the cloying air of the depths fills my lungs and I stagger away in a daze. When I at last reach the surface, I take deep breaths of fresh air. My lungs ache for some times after. I need to be more careful. I've written to Baron Potter. You will know where to find a wandering shroud. Okay, so that was not the place. No. Leave. No markings upon my stone. My neighbor has a process. I find the blank tombstone without too much trouble. There's nothing else here. Feeling foolish, I begin to make my way back to the surface when I suddenly see it. Tucked away in a natural crack in the rock wall, a stone totem. This is what I came for, and it is Fortinance. See, if we go to the symbol thingy, we see that strength is the symbol that is on this. We're gonna make it green. We're gonna make it flory. We're gonna call it Fortinance. And we're gonna put it over here. I've traveled a long way searching for the eye of the forest. I've read stories of the Dreher of old who hunt in partnership with an eagle, seeing what they see, soaring on the wind. I intend to rekindle this lost custom. Perhaps you know something about it? Here's the Eye of Sir Nunos. Probably my favorite artifact in this game. I'm gonna be real, chat. Like, giant green orb wrapped in wood. Vaguely the shape of a tree. I love trees, chat. I love trees so much. This and the Guardian Moonstone are probably my favorite artifacts. For sure. Zephyrim. These resonant objects give off a faint odor that will be familiar to any thaumaturge. It is the scent of the storm of ozone and power. The scent of magic. When these vapors are inhaled deeply, they can unlock deep wells of anger and channel them into a more powerful maelstrom. This is the power of the West Wind. We don't have that one yet. Oh, David Schaefer the mailman. It's been a few days. How have you been? I was expecting to talk to Verona Green this morning, but she wasn't home. Unusual for her. I hope she's okay. She's not. She's so not okay. If you can spare the time, we'd appreciate the help. There's something unusual in our house. You can't miss us. We're the only detached house on Ruskin. Warmest regards, Mrs. R. Bream. Okay, let's go to Ruskin. Detached house. I am greeted by a tired-looking middle-aged woman who immediately offers me tea. I gratefully accept, enjoying the social ritual before we meander towards the point of my visit. She leads me up the stairs and into the attic. single small window does little to dispel the gloom, but our eyes slowly adjust. Then we hear the voices. At first, I think it's the house creaking in the wind, soft murmuring groans that seem to come from the walls themselves. But then I start to feel as though a conversation is happening, too quiet to make any sense of. Golly, if only I had some kind of charm to enhance my hearing. Oh wait, I do. With the hearing charm, I suddenly find myself able to pick up every small sound without difficulty. The whispered voices become clearer, and my heart beats faster as I hear what they're saying. They're discussing a section of the wall where there are some bricks on loose. Carefully, I pull them away to reveal a small cavity. Inside, to my horror, is a human skull. Its dark eyes staring lifelessly back at me. Woo! At the insistence of the voices, I reach inside the cavity, and my hand closes around an unusual-looking item. Immediately, the voices fall silent, and my heightened senses are left with the whooshing drumbeat of the blood beating pumped around my body. The voices are like, reach into the skull and take it! And then as soon as I take it, they're like, okay. And this is what it is. Oh, I think that's the triple goddess? Hold on, let me check my symbols. Triple goddess, yep. That's what that is. I'll put you over here. Bing! Greenville Pierce. My father's sword has a space in the hilt where Shimmer should go, but he sold it to buy whiskey a long time ago. For whatever reason, he never did sell the sword itself. I want to restore it to its former glory. Okay, here you go. Shimmer! Pendant would fit into the slot shown in the sketch. The topaz and obsidian gemstones hint at calm rage, whereas malachite suggests foresight, or staying one step ahead. Ah, the Babalia. Meaning of the unusual markings on the Babalia is not clear. They resemble the Mentic field pattern, but items themselves do not produce the Mentic field. They can be used to aid with translation of foreign texts, although they require some skill to make full use of. This ability does not transfer to spoken language. That's what this is. I'm gonna make it blue and rounded. Freddie Lamb. I work a steel mill in Keswick, and I don't think there's one of us that hasn't suffered a nasty burn. Do you have anything that can protect against that sort of thing? Yes, I do. It's called the Burn Guard. You know. Cyrene Ward. Basilisk Scale. Amber and obsidian gemstones hint at a connection to fire. Thanks. My wife will be relieved. I found this down outside the counter here just now waiting while I was waiting. Don't know if it's anything important or not. Okay, thank you. Now I can use my device. There's a noticeably stronger thaumic field than the other two types. This is the weakened field, the regular field, is significantly stronger. Also, we can do this riddle now. Ooh. There it is. Ah, the needle. Yes, Lord. Oh, Audrey Bell, hello. Judgment is coming. We worship the warrior, not out of love, but because he is powerful. Because he demands our fear. What use is a god that you are not afraid of? Those of us who have read Holgar's teachings have known about the prophecy for a long time, and now the casket will finally be opened. It contains his final lesson for those who will not kneel. It contains his retribution against the sinful. It contains his divine rage. My preparations are underway to celebrate his wrath and prove our devotion. For now, a veiled fen is all I require. Okay, here you go. Witherance is the inverse of a fortinance, sometimes put to more malicious use. These can be crafted from stone like the fortinance, but wood is more commonly used. And if we look at our symbols, see that the weakness symbol is an inverted triangle with a vertical line in the middle. That's what this is. So this is a witherance. I'm gonna make it pointy. And we're gonna pet the kitty. The two men fought as the heavens opened and lightning flashed across the night. One man wrested the casket from the other's grasp and leaped astride his horse, galloping off into the cold, wet darkness. Break 'em this time. Hello. We're being evil this time. This is the evil playthrough. We're making bad decisions on purpose. When I draw back the curtain, I am unable to control my exclamation of horror. Behind the dark red velvet is a silent, squirming, seething mass of eyes, all shining and wet and alive. Fear takes hold of me. Fear takes hold before my mind catches up, and I understand what I'm looking at. And when I do, I realize that it is looking right back at me. The object I am looking for sits on a small shelf below the eyes, and the eyes watch as I snatch it and get out of there as fast as I can. It's the stone cleanser. Let's check our symbols. You see that poison is a rhombus with a crossways at the top, and this is an antidote because it is a rhombus with a crossways at the bottom. I think this is called Bones Guard. That's what it's called, Bones Guard. Make it green. I'm gonna make it this, and it is a Bones Guard. It also guards bones because it's a dog. I think we finally located the wreck of the Orion out in the lake. Sadly, our funding has run out and we can't afford expensive diving equipment. But we put our heads together and wondered if there was another way. You are our last hope. Gaudian siren. Although these are similar in form to thromic needles, Gaudian sirens serve a very different purpose. They create a strong compulsion like a siren's call that can be used to divert attention. We don't have one of those yet. Evil playthrough? Wahahahahaha. Hee hee hoo hoo. The spirit eye has revealed more. I now know what these nameless gods are after. It's a box of some kind. I have no name for it, but I say we call it the Nail-in Casket. They can feel its power and they want it for themselves. They're afraid it's going to be opened. All its power will spill out and be wasted. Not that they care what happens to humanity in the process. I know it sounds like the ramblings of a mad old lady. I know people look at me and they see weakness and frailty. I am not wrong about this. Goodness me, this is all quite exciting. Is it always like this around here? So this is the painter that went blind, and what we do in the good playthroughs is we give her this Aries pendant, which helps her give her synesthesia. But in this playthrough we gave her the spirit eye, which helps her see beyond the realms of reality, and she's like, I wish I never came here. But I also have a lot of power, so thanks, I guess, kind of. And now every time she gets an update from the Nameless God, she stops by and tells us what's happening. I'm close, but I need more power. I need Saint Cedric's thunder, and quickly while the storm is raging. Here you go. Beep. The Thaumic Needle. That's what this is. I'm gonna make it pointy and red. Thaumic Needle. Bing! Hello, Doctor. I'm trying to get a hold of an Ambra. Before she vanished, Verona said it might have something to do with my patients. It almost slipped my mind, but then I remembered that there's one right here in Strange Antiquities. Eli told me himself he keeps it behind He keeps it locked behind ethereal key. Here it is. Symbol of confusion across its face matches the description of causing mental fog. This is a noctic field when viewed in a thalmic lens. The pit. 3 different elements that make up a pit allegedly represent the earth, the sun, and the death, or darkness. The daedric, the diurnic, and the noctic. These energies balance in such a way that the objects do not produce a recognizable thalmic field. Be directed to emit powerful vibrations capable of cracking solid rock. Completely unrecognizable thalmic field. Put this in red and I make it round and I call it the bomb thing. Don't even know where to start. I think someone tried to kill me yesterday. He had a damned Corvin's might. I'm lucky she didn't know what she was doing, but even so, it was a close thing. The hex grazed past my face and did this to my hair. I suppose it was only a matter of time before I created an enemy for myself. I'm going to need to watch my back. There's some object I can use to warn of imminent danger, isn't there? It's this one. Here you go. Found some poor soul washed up on the lake shore, an older lady by the sounds of it. Drowned. That's not the worst of it. Her eyes were all black, just like those others. Not taking any chances with the water around here. Lots of bones guard. Here you go. Cute little dog guarding the bones. I'm afraid I can't pay you, but I can offer a trade if you'll accept it. Okay. Oh, sharpening hand. The rider was lucky. He made it to Backborough and found refuge there and was nursed back to health. He would later discover his left eye was permanently blackened, like his partner's eyes had been. To my left the day, to my right the night. This one. I find the row of 3 tombs in the upper levels of the catacombs. The cool darkness is strangely calming times down here, and I sit for a while in quiet contemplation. When I rouse from my thoughts, I look at my feet and find an item there. Had it always been there all along? I never noticed it when I sat down. Okay. Oh, the Decepticon. David Schaefer, the mailman. I've been hearing worrying rumor about Verona Green. They say she drowned in the lake. I hope for all our sakes they're wrong. Thank you for the mail. According to family legend, an ancestor of mine hid an item of thalmic significance in his burial chamber. It's never been found, not for lack of trying. I was tempted to search for it myself until I learned that it was in the catacombs in a place known as the Hall of Shields. Perhaps it's better to leave it to those who know what they're doing. Hall of Shields, you say? That looks like this thing. I can't proceed without the, spirit. Oh, hello. Did something quite stupid. I went exploring in a heathwood and came across a grave. It was overgrown with dark brambles, so I started to clear them to get a better look at the inscription. I wasn't as careful as I should have been. The thorns were thick and menacing, and I scratched my arm on one of them. I've not felt well since. Please help me. Blackheart. The heart of the sufferer feels constricted as though it is clamped in a vice. The skin is pale and cold to the touch, and the veins stand out darkly on the body. Eventually, death will occur. Okay, now what here is Blackheart? Let's check this. Lamb siphon. Oh, the sheep snap. Here you go. Y'all remember this from last Tuesday when we streamed the strange horticulturalist. The sheep snap was used for cures and such. And it's in this game. Truth conduit. These items are used by tricksters and swindlers to distort and deceive. They do not warrant the designation of dark article that some want to apply to them, but they can be and have been used maliciously. The gentle sound they produce anchors the mind as the spell is woven, combining symbology with a deeper, more primitive power. That's what this is! Thaddeus White. You don't know me, but it's time I introduced myself. I'm the curator of the Museum of History here in Undermere. Eli and I have a complicated relationship, don't all siblings. I don't tend to come by the shop much anymore, but I heard he has left the town for a few days. I wanted to bring him this, but I know he'd only turn me away without even looking. Okay. It's the thing. The Galadian Siren. Get this one and the color green. You go over here. I hope my mother is okay. I lost count of the amount of gossip I've heard about her misdeeds over the years. The truth is, when she gets stuck into a mystery, she's been known to disappear for days at a time. In the meantime, I believe I found another clue in the journal. Text directly before this is largely illegible, but I was able to make out some reference to a vault of some kind. Excellent. Oh, vaults are blocked by a large iron door. It has no handle or keyhole, and it does not give in the slightest when I push against it. I realize this has been thermically sealed, but that's not much help. It's not clear what I need to open it. It's the Sayan charm. No, it isn't. It's the cat statue. The door slides open without a sound, as though it had been kept well oiled over the years. Behind it, I find a large natural cavern that extends into the rock beneath the castle. Somewhat disappointingly, the walls are lined with racks of whiskey bottles instead of rows of artifacts that I was picturing. When I show Edmund, he is delighted and he spends some time examining the dusty shelves. It is not too long before he makes a find that I am surprised I missed. I return to the shop with a spring in my step and a curious item that demands further study. Bishop Square is a simple tool my great-grandfather's devising, loosely based on the Briar's Disc. Briar's Disc, if you remember from last game, was the like ring decoder card where if you put something over a location, then you follow the animal, then it takes you to a secret location. By all accounts, he was an impressive man, but it would seem his mind began to fail him at the end. Perhaps he spent too long studying his Zia, which gives you paranoia. He imagined invisible enemies coming to steal away his most prized possessions, so he began hiding them about the castle, noting their location in a code that only he understood. So, if we go to the castle, Mars in winter, rising in summer. Let's look up the symbol for Mars. This one. And then we this is spring, summer, fall, winter. Mars in winter, rising in summer. The smell of sound and cooking greets me as I enter the castle kitchens. I feel a little foolish as I try to avoid the cook's glare while following the clues left to me by a mad old man. I like to think that this is the same guy that was from the previous game that, like, was convinced that chipmunks could talk to him or something. I think it's the same guy. What was I thinking? I'm not gonna find anything here. And yet, on the exact spot where the map leads me, there is something. A floorboard that has been cut and replaced. With a little difficulty, I lift it up and I feel around in the cavity below before my fingers grasp something hard. Quite remember what this is. Doctor? Got a fright when they brought that body of the poor drowned woman to me with those lifeless black eyes. I thought for sure it was Verona at first. She does look like her, but we're quite certain it's a lady from Hawkshead who went missing a few days ago. There's one thing I can't get out of my head, though. Why would she try to swim across the lake? And in the meantime, Verona is still missing. I don't like to use stomach needles as a rule, but the circumstances are beyond the rulebook. We need answers. Here you go. The loam. Sometimes called a hand of Jupiter or a fire palm, a loam is an item with enticing power. It can reverse the signs of aging, but anyone who has played that game knows that it can only last so long before time catches up, and when it does, it often hits harder. That's what this is. Hello, Audrey. People are afraid, and they are right to be, but it is too late for them. They are of no use to us, but you might be. Prove yourself, and perhaps Holgar will deem you worth saving. I require an object to steady my restless congregation and remind them why I am the one to lead us through this turbulent time. They respect strength and power above all else. Alright, we have to give her fortitude, which is a symbol for strength. And is made of stone. Horman's Bane. I know what this one is. These can be rolled along the tongue to cure Thorman's paralysis, or worn around the neck to protect against the curse. Like most items that ward against curses, they emit a diurnic field pattern. We haven't found that one yet. We have met everybody. We're gonna pet the kitty. What's a good kitty? You are. You're a good kitty. Ryder's partner was less fortunate. They found his frozen body a week later. And that was that one girl's dad. I am marked by Jupiter. Okay. Let's look up the symbols book. Jupiter is like a curly number 4 kind of thing. Mark of Jupiter on my map leads me to a square room on the ground floor. Other than an intriguing torn note there doesn't seem to be anything of interest until I notice that the bookshelf is mounted on a runner and I can slide it to one side. I push it and it glides easily, revealing a hidden recess in the wall behind it. Ah, the snaky thing. Ding! I can't say too much, but it has fallen to me to carry a secret that people would kill for, that people have killed for. A lot of weight to carry around in my head, and it's getting harder to bear around certain family members. It occurred to me that it would be safer in an ecumenical memento mori, this thing. Shadow anchor. Something used in the practice of shadow casting, the art of projecting one's presence outside of the body. Without an anchor, minds have been known to become lost. Shadow anchor designs can vary greatly. Some prefer pendants, while others prefer to clutch the totem in their hand. Some make use of symbology, whereas others use gemstones. Will always produce a feel from the individual branch, however. Alright, cool. So we go here. Individual. It's either gonna be this one or this one, so let's go ahead and try to get that to happen. Alright, that appears to be an individual field. That's not the correct one. Let's try big circle up, tiny circle down. Ah! Yes, I would say that that matches. Nope. Shadow. gemstones and symbology. Hello, David Schaefer, the mailman. People are getting restless. Followers of Holgar have been marching through the streets with a crazed priest at their head. Not long ago, that sort of behavior wouldn't have been tolerated in Undermere. Now, there are people joining in. Answer to your question, yes, it is possible to capture a wandering shroud. To the north of town, if you follow a little stream up through the woods, you'll come out on a hilltop that was clearly of some ancient significance. It's not uncommon to see wandering shrouds there. Be patient, be still, and they will come, your friend Barton. Okay, so we have to go up a stream through the woods to something that looks like it was historical. After a pleasant walk along the beck, I reach a series of grassy mounds, the Barrows. Whoever is buried in them must have been important in their time. If I'm able to collect what I've come for, I will need to be prepared. Bing! I sit and wait quietly and patiently, not certain exactly what I'm looking for. For some time, nothing happens, and then, long after my mind has drifted towards a warm fire and a hearty supper, I notice a movement in the corner of my eye. A strange thin mist has formed near one of the barrows. It seems to produce a sort of dark light, a contradiction that my eyes have trouble perceiving clearly. The ethereal creature, for surely this is a creature of some kind, ambles towards the vault that I have left out for this purpose, and I daren't breathe as it slowly nestles itself within the receptacle. Now we go to the catacombs and go to the Hall of Shield. I breathe deeply from the spirit vault and it clears my mind. I don't care to linger too long down here, but I forge on until I reach the unmistakable Hall of Shields. A stone sarcophagus sits on a raised portion rock in the center of the cavern. I hold the torch close to better see the inscription on the side of the tomb. It reads, "The sun's light will reveal my gift." Mystified, I cast my eye up to the walls of the cavern and search the shields for some other clues, but nothing stands out. The sunbond vanishes the darkness, and in an instant, half blinding my gloom-adjusted eyes and bringing some warmth to the cold cavern. Blinking and squinting, I notice that one of the shields in particular is glowing in the bright light. I reach up and pull the shield down to reveal a small cavity hewn in the rock behind it. Inside is a blood-red urn. The thing that stares at you. Put it next to the bomb. I got to thinking after I left earlier. Transferring the secret to an ecumenical only adds an extra step. Yes, it's safer than walking around it within my head, but I would know where to find it. What I really need is a truth conduit so I can deceive them into thinking I know nothing at all. Okay, here you go. Abrasive method. This type of method is used to purge unwanted memories. As with any procedure that can alter the mind, it should be used sparingly and considerately. Methods are typically used in communal ceremonies designed to be easily passed from person to person. Go. Are you green? I'm gonna change you to green. I've never felt more tired or more devoid of life. Apathy has settled in my bones that I do not seem to be able to shift. While I still have breath in my lungs, I will not succumb without a fight. By the grace of Grey, I will find my way forward. I've had a tip-off about something exciting. You come across the so-called nameless gods. Did you also know that there's tall stones that you sometimes find in high places were once doorways of a kind? And here's the exciting part. An inscription has appeared on the stone that sits atop Weatherland. That's where you come in, confident that a pit will open the doorway. Other option is a Babalia to read the inscription. They say if you read the language of the nameless gods, you will become cursed, which I can't say I like the sound of. Leaning towards the more direct approach, but again, that could be dangerous too. Let me just check something. I think we can give him the bomb. Here you go. Oh yes, I love my 3 materials, gold, clay, and skull. Thank you, I hope this works. Here's a token of my appreciation, something for you to ponder over. Ah. Alright, this is a candle that has no light, a finger that has no hand, and an eye that we can't... No, that's not it. Finger not from a hand. Candle without light. What was the third thing? This? Oh, shoot. Remember now. At the kitten. Dreams of earning his fortune long banished from his mind, the man brought the casket to a trusted friend, the curator of a museum in Undermere. Together, they looked for answers. Buried with the Knight of Thorns. Okay. Tomb of the Knight of Thorns resides along an ulcerated field with the unknown dead from the Battle of Southern Fell. It is an unpleasant place that I do not plan to linger in. Happily, I am able to find the item I came for without any difficulty, and I quickly leave. Don't look back until I am out in the bright of the day once more. Now, the reason that we know that this is the Tomb of the Thorns is we go to is it the Shimmer Knight of Thorns. Okay, I thought it would say the year on his armor, but I think I misremembered. Here boys! Yay! Now we have this. What is this? I don't remember. Oh, our good friend Thomas Pope. How's your doggy doing? I notice some people claim to not fear death. Say that dying scares them, but not death itself. Not me. Not the great Thomas Pope. Give me pain, give me fear. If I can feel, then I know I'm alive. Going back to nothingness, that is what I fear. I'm going to do my best to live forever, starting today with a low end. Okay. Good luck, have fun. Fire Pond. Cassander. The eyes of a Cassander focus the power of the mind, enabling those skilled enough to see the path or paths ahead. These items do not produce a mentic field as one might expect, but rather more mysterious selenic. Care should always be taken with any object of prophecy, as these are no different. Many have been seduced or driven mad by the paths shown to them, and have been led to ruin. We don't have that item yet. My God. Good job I thought to bring Silent Breath with me yesterday. The pit cracked open the tall stone sure enough. Then, just as I was about to step through, I got an uneasy feeling in my bones. I couldn't ignore it. Then I realized it was the Silent Breath. Just then, there was a noise like a thunder and the door slammed shut. I'd have been hammered flat like a piece of meat, or at the very least trapped in a realm of the nameless gods beyond the Black Veil. Funnily enough, it's put me right off sticking my nose into any other business. Good luck to you, but I'm out. This dude's like, I had one brush with death and I'm good. Peace. Throws the peace sign and just slowly vanishes. There's been an unexpected death in my family. It has hit us all quite hard, but particularly my husband. I'd like to gift him a heart chamber. Here you go. Item that offers hope in times of worry, protects in times of darkness, and wisdom in times of uncertainty. Wields the power of the Maiden, the Mother, and the Crone, the Wiccan Triple Goddess. That's what this is. Where did I put the Triple Goddess? Charm for the ladies. That's how I'll remember what it is. Don't worry, chat, I know what I'm doing. You ever work out what that Bishop Square thingy was? I suddenly remembered this note I found some time ago, and it occurred to me that it might be related. I almost threw it away, but it intrigued me, so I held on to it. I haven't a clue what it means. Okay. Blessings in spring, rising in autumn. Okay, so now we go here, and we look up the symbol for blessings. It is a moon with 3 drops. So we bring this to hover over the moon with 3 drops in the top circle. Or the left-hand circle. Rising in autumn. Well, rising seems to mean you go up, so let's go up the tower. Symbols on the map lead me up the winding stair of the North Tower. The pendant has been carefully hidden, but knowing where to look means it does not take me long, and I am soon on my way back to the shop with a new trinket to add to our growing collection. And it's the thingy that you roll on your tongue to relieve the whatever. Right here. Dom's Bane or something. Something isn't right at the museum. I'm worried it's all my fault. I thought my brother would be back by now. I've had an idea, though. I'm no thaumaturge, but I think I can weaken it using a wither in this. Dear me, this had better work. Okay. Here you go. Folium. A blade is drawn across the face of a folium 6 times during the ritual of the Hand of Prior. Rare huntsmen and those wanting to prove themselves perform the ritual before seeking out Basilisk, as a folium blade is the only known way to pierce its thick armor. That's what this is. My mind is severed. Need murder. Alright. What kind of murder exact? Restful? Solemn? Yeah, repair what has been broken. There you go. Thick cord. Despite the name, these simple-looking items do not produce a Wixic field. They belong to the Trinal branch. Cause a freezing effect in the body, snaring them earning them the nickname Medusa Stones. Fortunately, this effect is not permanent. That's what this is. Hello, Doctor. Discovered something via the phonic needle. The woman who tried to swim across the lake was compelled to do so by some invisible force. She was looking for something, and whatever it was, it's right here in Undermere. That's not all. I've decided to experiment with the Ambra. When I was under its spell, I heard whispers. Something was calling to me and left me feeling terribly afraid. This must be what's keeping my patients in their trance-like state. I've never used a Gaudian siren before, but it occurred to me that I might be able to use it to drown out the whispers. Here you go! Carrick's candle. Yes, excellent. These items produce an invisible light that peels back the years, allowing a glimpse into the past. The effect is often murky and blurred, but it works passively on stationary objects. They are marked by a depiction of a candle upon their surface. Now, we go to the symbols here, and we look at what, a candle is made out of, with the wax with fire on it. So we look up wax, that's what that symbol is, and then fire. So it would be this one with the triangle on top. And oh gosh, would you look at this? It's Carrick's candle. do my stretches. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Curator learned that the nailing casket is a dark article, a class reserved for only the most cursed and the most dangerous of objects. He locked it away deep within the museum's archives, along with other such artifacts that are best kept from public eyes. I am under the barn where the axe meets the tree. Okay, let's go to the town map. Woodcutter's Lane and Pine Road. There's a side of the house to the left-hand corner. The stench of manure is overpowering. There's no sign of an owner, so I search carefully, not sure exactly what I'm looking for. Suddenly I spy a flash of blue. A bottle. This is it. The windy stuff. Oh, that's probably what the last item is, actually. Oh. Okay. This is the west wind. Hello, Simone. Good morning. Yes, and to you too, Jim. Getting more concerned about my mother. Hearing about that poor lady who drowned frightened me. She'll turn up. She always does. I've had another breakthrough. This time I'm certain it's a clue that leads to another hidden part of strange antiquities. Okay. earth. Okay, well this is definitely death. Pretty sure this is earth. And then a stone for dark purposes. Oh, half moon. What other moon would it be? Am I right, chat? Oh, that's an old joke. And here's the eyes. Eyes that one entry talked about. Morgan's Folly, I believe. No. It was the... Oh, it was the path thing. Cassander, that's what it is. The Eyes of Cassander. That's what this is. Thank you for the mether. I've seen into the yawning deep, seen a beauty beyond the comprehending mind. The price is steep, but I pay it gladly. My shadow anchor, broken, must replace. Okay. Here you go. Ah, yes. Efragant. That's what this is. Very dangerous. Do not play with. The whole tree. You've shown yourself to be a useful ally in these worrisome times. Keep an eye on the lake in the coming days. When blackened eyes seek the casket of water turns midnight, perform the sacrament and have faith in Holgar. Okay. Yes. Ooh. I'll place this here because we intend to do this. Hello, David Schaefer, the mailman. I'm afraid this letter was sorted incorrectly and has ended up doing a round trip to Kendall and back. Better late than never. Never too late for later. I spent a long time looking for an object that is believed to have been lost somewhere in the catacombs. The adventurer and thaumaturge Marwyn left a trail to her hidden stash, or so the story goes. Followed as far as the ossuary of the damned, a chilling bone-filled alcove carved in a natural chamber in the upper levels, but it seems her markings have been worn away by time after that. I pass on this story to you and hope that you can succeed where I have failed, your friend Bot. Excellent. Catacombs. That's not the catacombs. This is the catacombs. Able to follow Marwyn's trail for a while. Carved markings are faded and worn by centuries of weathering. By the time I reach the ossuary, I can no longer make them out at all. Fortunately, I've always wanted an excuse to use a Carrick's candle. Beep. Stalagmites retreat under the light of the candle as I hold it aloft and search for the shifting rock walls of any signs of Marwyn's trail. Suddenly I see it, an M etched into the rock, as clear as if it had been carved yesterday. I follow the trail in an excited hurry, tripping and stumbling as the candle distorts the height of the floor, until until I come to its end at a small boulder, rolling the rock to one side, reach behind it, and reclaim Marwin's lost treasure. Which is this thing. Sure, buddy. Oh, it's Verona Green. The time has come to decide, Thaumaturge. The casket wants to be opened. The casket will be opened. Nothing can stop it now, and yet there is still part of this mind that will not be quieted. Help me calm the clamoring rage inside my head. This is your chance to elevate yourself above the scurrying ants that absently crawl through their meaningless lives. So the Zephyrim will give her more rage. I don't think we need to worry about for the path that we're taking. Yeah, so let's give her more rage. Gris. The ritual of the broken path with Gris is heated slowly over a flame. For full effect, it must be held in an ungloved hand until the ritual is complete, no matter how hot it gets. Ritual should not be performed by those who have not studied the Vixic arc. It is common to suffer burns. Done correctly, it should not be painful. That's what this is. You could tell because there's soot at the bottom. Pet the kitty. The problem with storing powerful dark artifacts is that slowly, inevitably, the darkness seeps out. Ball of twine. Interesting. It's leading some kind of trail to an exit, like the myth of the Minotaur in the maze. The labyrinth. Alright, yep, that's travel that way. Come down here. Inhaling deeply from the spirit vault to stave off the madness of the depths, I make my way carefully down the crumbling passageway past decaying crypts. Placed carelessly on top of a tomb is a collection of clay pots. Some lie in pieces, but most are whole. At first the collection seems unremarkable, but one in particular stands out, and I take it back up to the surface to take a closer look. This has the symbol of Earth all around it. We will put it somewhere safe. Third item in the riddle. I keep wanting to jump the gun and I don't know what the third item is. Oh, we are running out of room. Right. Let's put larger objects down here. That seems less cramped. Someone very dear to me has fallen ill. I would like an nephroquant. Do not be concerned, dear. I have used one before and I know what I am doing. Okay, you go. Dread Vivant. A dread vivant is the only way to handle some of the more dangerous artifacts. It can siphon power away from oneself for a time. Power rising off of a dread vivant is subtle but noticeably invigorating. These objects represent a balance of life and death, good and evil, of hope and despair. That is what this is. Please do pay us a visit. We have some items that we're confident will be of interest to you. Okay. Twinnings. The man who dropped off his card introduces himself as the owner of the Twinnings, an unusual, sprawling series of grotto-like rooms filled with handcrafted carpentry, ironmongery, and pottery. He leads me past wooden chairs and strange iron contraptions to a room unlike the others. This one is filled with small trinkets, ornaments, and jars of various sizes containing ominous-looking liquids and organic materials. I know it might not look like much, but there are some items of value among the junk here, says the man. Take your time and let me know if you find anything interesting. 2 hours later, I have indeed unearthed something very interesting that I am keen to take back to the shop for further investigation. This thing. I am leaving Twinnings with my haul when a man shouts at me from across the street. As I look around annoyed, I notice, to my horror, the man's eyes are as black as coal. He rushes towards me and I stumble backwards, fumbling with my strap and my satchel as I try to grab an item to stop him. Wixic cord. It has the symbol of paralysis all over it. To my relief, the man goes rigid almost immediately and topples forward onto the cobblestones. I turn and run, wanting to put as much distance as possible between myself and that creature. When I finally come to my senses, I realize I should alert Dr. Robinson, but by the time I return to the Twinnings, the man is nowhere to be seen. Oh, fuck that. It's probably one of her patients. Something bad is about to happen. The ravens know it. My grandfather once taught me how to use a Cassander to see the paths ahead. I saw what it did to him, and I vowed never to touch it again once after he died. The gnawing worry of what is coming has become too much for me. Here you go. Look at the paths. Weaving edge. Enter the red night, a bloodthirsty state of mind. Tradition dictates that the handle should be made from the wood of a great oak. What has a wooden handle? I don't think I have it. Yeah. I think it's like a dagger of some kind. There always seems to be something going on in Undermere. The sooner I can get this sorted and be on my way, the better. My uncle gave me a ring, and I have found nothing but bad fortune ever since. I'm starting to think it might be cursed. Is there any way to uncurse it? Yes. Here we go. been researching ancient customs, particularly those relating to thaumaturgy. I'm fascinated by the use of objects in ritual ceremonies. If you were able to get your hands on a gris, I would be very interested in studying it further. Nunima, also called the Moon Pool, or Heart of Tranquility, harnesses the power of the elements to create an aura of unease. It can be used to keep people away from places they are not welcome. There's a superstition among thaumaturges that says that a lunima should not be used when the moon is full. It is not known where this idea came from. Lunima. Might be this. Disquieting glances through my body. Yes, this is it. Okay. Not to be confused with the Junimo. Very different. There's been a basilisk sighting in the hills across the river from Backbarrow. Wouldn't say I'm a brave man, but I have a duty to protect my livestock and my village. Better me than a younger man with his life ahead of him. I have come to prepare my sword. Here you go. Doctor, they've escaped. At first, my patients grew agitated when I used the Gaudian siren, but then I had a breakthrough. Vivian Cartwright woke up. She seemed lucid, calm even. I made the stupid mistake of loosening her restraints. I don't know what happened, whether the siren stopped working or if perhaps it had never worked and she tricked me. But almost immediately she changed back and turned violent. Before I knew it, she had managed to free the others. We tried to stop them, but they fought their way out of the hospital. I have no idea where they've gone. Okay. That sucks. Pet the kitty. Almost imperceptibly, the casket began to absorb the crepuscular power that had leached into the stone and the earth of its lightless tomb. Ah, excellent. Stifling in the darkness. The claustrophobia of the tunnels almost overwhelms me, but I press on. I remind myself that there are few who venture down here, which means the chances of an interesting find are higher. It doesn't take long for my search to bear fruit. Ah, that's the thing that needs to have an oak handle. Unima. No. Weaving edge. Oak is the handle. I'm gonna lose track of that doll if I don't keep an eye on it. The weather rinse was a terrible idea. We'd gone and made things worse. I wish Eli was back. He'd know what to do. Some years ago, a friend of mine brought an item to me, a black casket, and I had learned that it was a dark article. I should have brought it to Eli right then and there, but I knew he would want to destroy it. I'm a collector of things. It seemed too important to allow it to be destroyed, but I see now how naive that was. This casket is far more dangerous than anything I've come across before. And now I hear they are looking for it with their black eyes. Either I need to keep them out of the museum or bring the casket here to Strange Antiquities and hide it in one of its secret places. Check something. Okay, it doesn't look like this one is going to interfere with what I'm doing. So let's give you the Dread Vivant. Light of Fortune. Despite its appearance, these Noctic items have no connection to the League of Amphizian Heart. They are objects of considerable power that can turn darkness to light, fear to joy. Hello, David Schaefer, the mailman. There's an uneasy quiet in town today. There aren't many people out and about. I'm headed straight home as soon as I'm done with my deliveries. I've recently come into possession of a number of texts on the subject of arcane artifacts. You are welcome to them if they are of any use to you. If I don't hear from you, then I will donate them to the library across the street. Now, this doesn't have any current address, but if the library is across the street, I think I can find it. Several of the scrolls look promising, but they are written in a Dragic script, and my understanding is too rudimentary to make use of them. If Verona were around, I'm sure she could translate them, but she isn't and I can't. What about the Babalia? The effect of the Babalia makes my head spin as I close my eyes tight for a moment. As my mind catches up, they just swirl and blur in front of me, letters and words floating out in and out of focus. After a time, I find that I can read them, though it takes some effort, and I feel drained as I reach the end. Water's shadow. With all that's been happening in Undermere, I picked the worst week possible to lose my brick of charm. I hope you have one that I can replace it with. Argo. Yes, that's what this is. Argo. I'm sorry, I did not intend to be away for so long. I trust the shop has not been too much trouble to look after in my absence. I've learned a lot from my time in Oxford. There is a powerful dark article here in the Undermere called the Nalian Casket. And now you're telling me that my foolish half-wit of a brother has had it in his museum this whole time. I know how to destroy it, but it's not going to be easy. Whatever happens, it must not be opened. We need to create a pillar of Calaris. From what I gather, such a feat has not been attempted in over 500 years. I just hope there's enough time to prepare. I'm afraid I can't stay, but I'll be back as soon as I can. Okay. This is meaningless. We're not gonna need this. I've had my energy drained by some disturbing evil power. For days now I feel tired and frail, and today I found something that horrified me. Beneath my bed I discovered a carved wooden effigy with a strange symbol painted on it. I don't know who has done this to me, but all I want for now is to lift this feeling of weakness. Ordnance. Here we go. I would like a blood back. The nameless ones are restless. I'm ready to hear their voices. Oh, okay, let me double check. Commune with the dead. Not possible. Somehow believe they are voices. Nameless gods. Is that what this is? Yes, that's what this is. Kochena. These are used to call on the guile and wisdom of the goddess Korchen. She is a goddess of the earth, creation, and rebirth. It is maintained by some that these are not objects of power, but they exude an imposing aura that is hard to explain. That might be what this is. Let's give it red. This one. I went to move the casket, but it's gone. What do we do? I heard Eli is back in town, but he hasn't come to see me, and if he's not here, then I don't know where to find him. Oh God, what do we do? Nothing. We pet the kitty. That's what we do. It festered and pulsated until I could no longer be contained. Some part of it reached out from the darkness, creating eyes so that it might find itself and hands so that it might open itself. The casket wanted to be opened. I lie below books and scrolls on the esoteric and the arcane. Probably in the castle under the library. As I open the door, I am hit with a musty smell of damp. Oh, I love the smell of damp. The room hasn't been entered for some time. The corner of the room is piled high with scrolls of parchment and old books, but underneath the debris I find something of interest. Oh, that's the thing that helps boats. I think it's called the Shin. Shadow shower, great reminder, everyone. Yeah. And a sippy. Pretty sure this is called the Shin. Make it blue. Is that the secret third item? Really at a loss here. The museum was ransacked last night. I went looking for my brother, but he's nowhere to be found. Good news is they didn't find what they were looking for. I moved the casket myself and hid it here in one of the strange antiquities vaults. It's safe for now, but we can't leave it here for long. I have more to prepare, but I've left instructions on how to access the vault in the desk drawer. Okay. An anchor that's never touched the ocean. That's the secret third item. The lake has turned black. As omens go, I'd say that's probably quite a bad one. The mail won't deliver itself. Okay. Thank you, David Schaefer, the mailman. I found this note in an old writing desk up at Gleeston Castle. I expect it will mean more to you. Fear in autumn, rising in winter. Feels all too prescient as we hurtle towards winter and a terrible, unknowable fate. Fear in autumn. Alright. That's not book. Look up the symbol for fear. Shall we? Ah. A pointy triangle. Upside down. Upside down pointy triangle. Fear in autumn. Rising in winter. Searched the room at the foot of the western tower quite thoroughly before finding a stash of papers. To my dismay, they are largely scrawls of a madman, but amongst the nonsense there is some valuable information. Lots of things and stuff. Let me double check something again. Day 18. It's time to end this. Now, bring the casket to the pit. Okay. This is where we go somewhere else. The Bleak Stones. 24. As I approached the island in a small rowing boat, I noticed a shrouded figure standing watching me from the shore, the priest. She is lit by flickering orange torchlight, which deepens the red of her cloak and makes her look taller and more threatening somehow. For a brief moment, the dim lighting and her dark eyeshadow make me think that she is one of them, but the flame flickers across the whites of her eyes as I get closer and the moment passes. Welcome. Do you have the sacrament? I nod. She helps steady the boat as I climb out. Together we walk slowly up the small beach in search of the bleak stones. A small ring made up of slabs of gray slate, the largest of which, the King's Stone, is only waist height. It's not hard to find. Fear hits my gut as we get closer, and I see something I had not expected. Spread out around the perimeter of stones are dozens of priest followers standing motionless, their heads bowed. The casket will be opened, and when it is, we alone shall be spared Holgar's wrath. Her followers let out a cheer that is more of a bloodthirsty roar. The priest gestures towards 4 stone plinths arranged in a semicircle in the center of the ringed slate. Arrange the sacrament while I prepare. Alright, cool. Double checking. Scythian Charm. Sunbond. Hi, where's my Scythian Charm? There it is. Weaving Edge. Messenger. As I have been preparing the sacrament, the priest has built a small pyre of tightly packed wood about waist height next to the largest of the stones. I hear a raucous cry, and then another and another. I join the congregation and looking up to see a swirling mass of black shapes. Ravens. The priest produces a mask from within her cloak and places it over her face. The imposing atmosphere builds in intensity, and I take a deep breath to calm my pulse. Let us begin. As she says those words, the damp pyre erupts into flame, or by some trick or magic I couldn't say, but the priest and her torch is some distance away. Her dark eyes sparkle beneath the pale mask. Great Holgar, I bring you life and light. I bring you spring and summer, autumn and winter, on this day of reckoning. A rhythmic chant begins to sound across the circle. And now, the casket. Her eyes lock with mine, and I feel suddenly weak under her gaze. She reaches out a hand expectantly. How does she know I have the casket? The chanting dies and is replaced by awed whispers as the acolytes catch on. I flounder, not knowing what to do, but I decide the only thing I can do is surrender to her power. Here you go. Oh my gosh, if I hold it over candlelight, it darkens everything around it. That's wild. I kneel for theatrics and offer up the Nalian casket to the priest. I have waited a long time for this moment. She takes the casket from me and places it reverentially atop the King's Stone. As she turns to face me, I feel a sudden chill down my spine. She is holding the weaving edge. Holgar, I give you this gift of life that is not mine to give. Old fear grips me as I realize how naive I have been. She didn't bring me here to be saved by Holgar's protective embrace. She brought me here as a sacrifice. She advances calmly towards me with the blade held at her side, pale mask wet with rain and shining in the light from the pyre. The chanting rises in volume and intensity. I must act quickly. think the only thing that we can use here is this. Because if we check the lore for it, surrounded and close to defeat, a gift came to her from an unlikely source. With that, she turned the tide of battle. So I might become the next legend with this thing. I'm gonna pet Jupiter one more time. And then I'm gonna put the mask on him and then use the item. I brandish the Corvin's might, hoping that the threat will be enough to deter the priest, but she whirls towards me with madness in her eyes, her red cloak swirling behind her like a wave of blood. She lunges at me faster than I am ready for, and I barely manage to avoid the blade as her arm comes scything towards me. On her second attack, the weaving edge plunges into my shoulder and I cry out in pain, but somehow I keep hold of the bloodstone totem in my other hand. With one last desperate act, I conjure Corvin's power and direct it at the crazed priest. There is a bright flash and I am sent reeling backwards. The priest crumples to the floor, dead. A cheer goes up around the circle and I am horrified to see an acolyte running forward, dip the weaving edge into the priest's blood. I shudder to see their coldness lay bare. These people do not care who is sacrificed to save their skins as long as this is not them. The acolyte takes the dripping red blade and plunges it into the casket and the world goes black. The casket has been opened. We fulfilled the sacrament. We were spread, and we were spared. But with the priest dead, the spell has been broken, and the congregation has begun to splinter. I was never really one of them. But there are some who look to me for leadership now. They seem to think I am more dangerous than I really am. I shudder to think what will happen when they find out I am not. Cursed, missing, alive, missing, deceased, killed by your own hand during the sacrament ceremony. Well, the cat's alive. He's ashamed of the part that he played. Ah, yes, and Eli was cursed when the casket was opened. Excellent, wonderful. Man, I fucked all these people up, huh? I put my trust in a serpent-tongued priest and an vengeful god. I must reap the consequences. And that is one of the many endings of Strange Antiquities. We seem to have finished a bit earlier than I expected, which is fine. We'll just end it early here. Thank you all so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. Stick around for the raid if you can. Make sure that you mask up everywhere you go. You wash your hands. You eat tasty food. Drink lots of water. Get plenty of sleep. Wash your hands again, and we will see you all maybe tomorrow? And if not, Monday. Bye!